Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or morning, depending on where you are. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Adam Wolf, and this is Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to be picking up where we left off on Friday. Quest line 86 to 87. We stopped on the quest of a sentimental gift. Almost halfway through it. Almost halfway through the quest line. But today, as per the usual, Sundays, we have all the time in the world. Well, technically I don't, but we're going to finish this quest line up today, like we do. What about those people where it is night right now? They should be sleeping. They shouldn't be here. Get some sleep! Welcome, Mr. Huffman. How are you, sir? I'm gonna turn... Can I turn off the vibration in this game for my controller? I'm kind of over it. What the heck is it? Movement settings, standard type character based, legacy type camera based. Oh, hold on. Whoa! Oh my god! Well, this is a new revelation for me. So the character is always looking in the direction of the camera, whereas this is, they call it legacy. Your character moves freely of the camera. So it's like the character has a reticle, essentially, is what the standard type is. Disable camera pivot, maintain camera distance, activate standard type auto fly, auto dive. Huh. Your wisdom knows about. What do you think, Huff? What do you usually? Well, you're on PC, so I guess that doesn't make a difference to you. Let's give this a try for a while. Why not, right? Is there any way I can turn off vibration in-game, though? I don't know if it's possible. I've never seen it. Filter, enable customization. Target filter settings. I've never looked at all this stuff. Target. Maybe it's in the system settings, not the character settings. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of that. We're done. Wow. So now it's similar to if I was using a mouse and keyboard. The character follows the camera every single time. It is a bit strange that I can't turn around, but I guess that's not really that big a deal. Well, except if I want to actually end like the stream on a shot of my face. I can't do that with this. So now it's permanently locked into the camera. Interesting. Okay, well, then we'll go back. I've never done anything with that before. What the hell is camera pivoting, though? I don't know what that is. Anyway. Let's... Enough playing around. Let's go. Let's play. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Midian, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Valtamont. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Midian in your care again? Yeah, that's fine. I always wanted a blue child of my own. A blue dragon child. I don't know, are those dragon feet? Probably dragon feet. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. It's weird seeing Fandaniel, the Fandaniel we know, being so kind. Can you help me with something, Valtamont? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way, but flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and what want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Right. She's accompanying me, blah, blah, blah. I just wanted a blue child of my own. Yeah, great. Put that on a shirt. The World Unsundered. It's nice. It's basically like if Greece... I guess I should say it's basically as if like the Roman colony still existed. Did I attune to this? Nope. And by blue child, I mean sad. They have to be a sad child. Not the color blue, of course. Just they're sad all the time. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Alright, well, we've only got 2 spots to check. I wouldn't call that a slender tree. It's a pretty thick boy. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. I mean, I'm not worried. I can wander however far I want to. I'm an adult after all. The champion of Eorzea. Essentially the champion of Atheris, to be honest. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Ah! I'm poisoned now! Ah! There, that's what I think of their observation. Just stepping all over their flowers. Government came and took my baby. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. It looks like it's alive. I mean, in a different way, alive. Oh. A conian. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Valtamont, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. I mean, you can't not spot that damn thing. It's moving. Flowers aren't supposed to move. That's creepy. That means they might want to eat you. There are no flowers here. What am I doing here? What am I looking for? Who am I? You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Valtamont. Something big. Huge. Okay. You weren't even looking this way. I mean, it is a big plant. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morble like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Valtamont? Would he like it? No. Why would he want this thing that almost ate him? It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Valtamont, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there? I'll pick something up, something after that, I promise. I mean, what about the Elpis flower that we had before? Those were nice. We just go back to that one spot and get them. Don't attack me, don't attack me, don't attack me, I'm busy. Don't attack me, I'm busy. Don't attack me, I'm busy, you rat with wings. Everything's a rat with wings to me. If it flies, it's a rat with wings. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Well, we're not looking in that direction. Aw, there's nothing. Torgal, what is it, boy? You see it? The shiny thing over there, what could it be? A shiny thing. I mean, us men, we love shiny objects, right? It captures our attention. If you're wondering what I'm sipping on, it's gin and juice. No, I'm just kidding. Some iced coffee. I got some new whiskey today. I finally got some whiskey after, like, I don't know, a couple months, I think I've been out. I don't drink that much anymore, so it doesn't really make a difference to me. But they didn't have my 12-year Tullamore Dew, which I usually get. So I got something new. I got a different one. Pierce, I think. It's another 12-year aged, but the notes that they wrote on the back, they sound fantastic, and I can't wait to try it. Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here, too. See, I told you we were going for these. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're enteleckies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. I told you, this is the flower I completely thought about. Like, yeah, let's get him an Elpis flower. Never heard of it. Is it decent? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. It was a $60 bottle. It better be decent. For 750 milliliters. That's not even going to fill the decanter. I'm not even probably going to put it in the decanter, to be honest. It's a really nice bottle. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too? A dark emotion? I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. Why am I smiling when I'm saying that? I see. Hermes has known the same, the feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. I saw that, Huffman, and I was like, oh, he's got it. He's gonna be right on that in a second. Why do they keep showing up? Where are they coming from? I'd rather, again, I've said this before. Okay, wait for a bot to subscribe to me. It's weird how, like, I'm okay with these bots because they're not very frequent. I take these bots coming in every once in a while any day to the bots over in Twitch where they just sit in your participant list and then just like don't do anything for you. They don't add any viewers, they don't do anything to your channel. They just sit there filling up your list with nothing. It tried to catch me as I was taking a bite of lunch. Ah, it's interrupting your lunch. Now it probably got the fiery banhammer. Please, Valtamont, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. Excuse me? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. What? He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it? That sunset is nice. Thank you, Valtamont, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Well, he's probably in a meeting. He's a very important man, you know. Should I give my guy a British accent, or should I just, like, you know, stick with the low tone voice and that's it? I think I did it pretty well, you know? There's another blue quest. Seems like they're still talking. Let's wait until they finish. Yeah, duh. Tried to tell you that, but you ran off. This is voiced.
Hermes!
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said, when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is. But only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
I wonder why she stopped and looked up to that. I didn't even see that other platform there. I'm sure we might find out. Dude, to answer your question, Huff, my answer would have been different prior to that cutscene. Medion, of course. Love her. She's adorable. First pick. Second, Hermes. I mean, I was going to say Hythlodaeus would be my second place because, you know, he's just very witty, very funny. Loves to pick on Emmett Selk, and who wouldn't? What the hell are you kidding me, dude? What the hell was that? But Hermes actually takes second place for me just because that cutscene right there. It's weird to think that that's the same guy who just tried, who literally did everything he could to end our world. But now we know why he became what he was. Because he was just driven to this madness because nobody cared about his creations and what happened to them. Hythlodaeus, I totally did not expect Hythlodaeus to just be like waving off creations just because they did one bad thing. You know, it's like, well, there's creations that are, well, I mean, essentially carnivores, omnivores, herbivores. Like, there's different types of creatures. And for him to just immediately write them off because they're violent, I mean, that at that point, I mean, I guess you could say these guys are playing God anyway. They're creating things, but I kind of side with Hermes on this one, where you shouldn't write them off just because of one incident. You have to let nature take its course, essentially. So Medion first, Hermes second, Hythlodaeus third, and MSQ at the bottom because he's an asshole. All right, so an all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. It's still dark out. Shouldn't we go to bed? As MSQ and Hythlodaeus are aware, we've reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycians. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycians would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycians have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Since we have some time, I am going to take care of this. I know I can come back here and do that, but... What? My familiar essence you have? What a familiar essence you have. Like that of a... Oh, wait. I don't know why I'm reading this. These are quick side quests. Speak with and follow her lead. Mew Mew. What is this? A freaking cat with wings instead of a rat with wings? A cat and a rat in a hat. I still haven't seen if I can actually change the name of my guild. Or my, excuse me, guild. Link Shell. Link Shell? Free company. There you go. Used to be called Link Shells. Right? No. I don't... Actually, were they called Link Shells in Final Fantasy XI? I think they were. Mew. Lets you to two nearby creatures are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. Excuse me? What, am I supposed to resolve this? Alright, well, let's call in my little buddy Carbuncle. Hello, what's going on here? Uh-oh. I was only kidding. I don't think we were supposed to do that, to be honest. We're not authorized to kill these things. Burp. Some might even call it a bat. Not with wings, though. That's by default. Subdue the creatures complete. Yeah, right? That's some ginormous air quotes. Because, well, we killed them. It is a way to subdue things, let's be honest. It is a subduing measure, or method. But hey, if she gave me the authority, then I can revert to her. I can tell the authorities or tell the higher ups that it was her idea, not mine. Some call death the ultimate subdue. Not me though. Yes, you do. You know what? I am gonna change my my mount. Let's get a new one on the board here. Oh. I did like the ship. This one's cool. I wish this one was a little bit more sparkly. Just in terms of like, you know, celestial, like a celestial look to it, you know, like, I don't know, stars streaming off of it or something. I don't know. Let's go with the ship. Whee! No, go away. Get away from the road. I look silly in this. The hat still makes me look like a captain or a conductor. Whoa! Oh. That's all the things dead. Hello, Doros. You fancy jalopy? It sounds like a jalopy. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I actually had to clear my throat, but that kind of worked out for this. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. Oh, is that what Medion actually saw? The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Valdemont handle that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. The stars. Oh, was she? Because it looked like she was looking at that floating platform out in the distance. Medion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The Lycians must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping me, then please, follow my lead. No worries, I have the summons at your disposal. Alright, it's going down, man. To be honest, this is probably the most time I've put into a Final Fantasy game in a while. Obviously, 16 was the last Final Fantasy game we played, but we have been at this for quite some time already. All the way... Not all the way through Shadowbringers, but we started in... What? Towards the end of Shadowbringers and then into the patches. I don't know. It's been a while. It feels like it's been forever. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the videos, but it's definitely, I think, been longer than Final Fantasy 16. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You'll approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycian's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me the time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. You got it, pal. I can take this thing out just fine. Perfect timing. This is probably just gonna heal them. Imagine if that did. Like, these things are made of fire and I just hit them with fire and it's like, well, I'm screwed. This doesn't work. They were made of fire. They were supposed to survive that. My sleeve wants to be free, Huffman. What can I say? Oh, it's voiced. Okay, remind me not to piss him off.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. Ye are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time? Aye.
Okay, Hermes is like the best character out of the three of them. Easily. Now, I like the fact that they're giving us a glimpse into the reason why he turned out the way he did. He is tortured. The other Lycians have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Wouldn't you like to know? Gotta go to the bathroom real quick, be right back. Okay, I'm coming back for a spell here to show you. Here's the bottle. Beautiful bottle. 12 years. 43%. And I'll read you the notes here. Sweet orchard fruits. White peach, apple, spiced pear, rich vanilla, and a fresh herbal note. That's to the nose. To the palate, hints of lemon, dried orange, honeysuckle, silky smooth vanilla, and finishing with warm notes of ginger and clove. So, sounds like a blast. It's a really nice bottle. Yeah, so it's Pierce Irish Whiskey. I only really buy Irish whiskey, let's be honest, but it's very, very light color, as you can see. Not as dark as some whiskeys. And I got water to cleanse my palate of the iced coffee I just had. I'm going to try and taste this without the interruption of the coffee, but it may not be entirely possible. Okay. Yeah, not much on the top there. And it's a wooden top too. Like, that's not like plastic or anything. That's actually real wood. Well, real. It's probably, you know, machined wood or whatever, but I'm trying to see if I can smell any of those notes. My sinuses are still not back to 100%, so remember, it's just this is not a cheap bottle. So, but I make my whiskey last a while, so. Trying to clean it up. In a world that is a utopia, he's the one real person with real concerns and worries and fears. It's supposed to be a utopia. Yeah. It is supposed to be a utopia. Let's be honest. If this isn't a utopia, then I don't know what is. Okay. I can smell the vanilla a little bit, yeah. Definitely smells like it's got more of the cask. I do suppose that the fruits are a little bit more subtle. Okay. Remember, Tullamore Dew, the 12-year Tullamore Dew is very smooth. Skits! Skits bits. Skits bits. Just in time for the tasting. Look at you. Corkwood is real wood from the cork oak tree found in places like Portugal. I didn't know that. Fun fact. Snapple fact with Huffman. Oh, man. What's the finish supposed to be? Ginger and clove? I don't know what clove's supposed to taste like, but good Lord have mercy. It's warm for sure. Wow. That does have... We're tasting a new whiskey that I bought today. They didn't have my Tullamore Dew 12-year aged, so I bought another 12-year aged called Pierce Irish Whiskey. And I'm probably not going to put this in my decanter. I'm just going to leave it in the bottle because it's a nice bottle. It was $60, and after that first sip, so worth it. The smell is not anything like the taste. Nothing like the taste. Yeah. This has got to be like one of the sweetest whiskeys I've ever tasted. And it's smooth too. Again, it's got smoothness to it. 12 years seems like it's my spot for like really smooth whiskey. Like, it goes in smooth. There's no bite to it. It's so good. Wow. A holiday whiskey? I guess so. I mean, after I listed off all the nasal notes, I wouldn't say it smells like a holiday whiskey, but it certainly tastes like one to the palate. Toxic whiskey, I'll have to tell. Yeah, this one's really good. Here, I'll read the notes for you skits. So to the nose, when you're smelling it, you're supposed to kind of get a smell of sweet orchard fruits, white peach, apple, spice pear, rich vanilla, and a fresh herbal note. The vanilla is probably the strongest thing out of all of that. The fruits, the white peach, the apple, it's very that stuff is more subtle. I'd say the apple probably comes through a little bit more in the tasting. And to the palate, hints of lemon, I can see that. Dried orange, honeysuckle, silky smooth vanilla, and finishing with warm notes of ginger and clove. So I'd say the large majority of that is definitely the lemon and dried orange. The citrusy flavors definitely come out a lot stronger. It's an Irish whiskey. I've only ever really bought Irish whiskey. Man, that's killer. All right, back to it then. Kim Burton, hello. Welcome to the channel. Sorry, I just put my face away because this game is full of so many cutscenes. I got sick and tired of swapping between the scenes. If you're new to the channel, welcome. I'm Adam Wolf. This is Final Fantasy XIV, and we are working our way towards the end of Endwalker. We're doing the quest line 86 to 87 right now. We're in the middle of it, essentially. We just finished up Verdict and Execution, so now we're dead center in the quest list. Yes, thank you, Huffman, for letting people know. Just finished Endwalker earlier this week. It was very emotional, and you are gonna love it. I'm already loving Hermes because it's hard to believe that that's the same guy who just tried to kill us all. But I can see why. It's a phenomenal story. The characters are unbelievable, so. Where to now? If there's anything you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Valtimont? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagarisis. I never understood how to actually pronounce that. Also, full disclosure, Adam says a lot of silly things that may or may not be accurate. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this is, that's Carbuncle. Okay. That's, the main summon. You use him to summon your other guys. And that's Baby Torgal! Oh, look at that little guy! Oh, Torgal! Whoa! Oh! And this is my ship. Mankata. Actually, yeah, so that's Baby Torgal from Final Fantasy 16, if you're unaware. And then this is adult Torgal, who I don't fit. I don't fit here. This is absurd. I'm a very tall man who should not be riding this dog. Oh, I can pet him while he's... We pet Torgal. Okay. Yeah, right? I'm breaking the crap out of his back. Go back to my ship. My very advanced jalopy, as we're calling it. I've been playing since it released on Xbox a couple months ago. I'm almost done my level 90 relic. Damn, I haven't even gotten to that point. Has it been a couple months already since it released on Xbox? Doing post Endwalker at the moment. Well, today we're going to be finishing up this quest list 86 to 87. And then Friday, come Friday, we'll be going to the quest line of 88 to 90, which is the last quest line, which is the longest quest line in this expansion, as far as I can see. And then, of course, after that, we'll be doing the patch quests. Just keep in mind, these Sunday streams are temporary. We're just trying to catch up, finish up Endwalker before Dawn Trail comes out. One friend who's addicted to doing relics. Well, I've only just continued doing the first relic for my class. It's the what the hell, Huffman? What's the relic I'm doing? I forgot. It's like one of the first relics that you get early on in the game, and I never actually like continued it until recently. I could see how it can be a grind, but I don't mind it. Poor guy ran out of Gil and couldn't even fast travel. I always remind him of it. Ha! Nice. From here, we follow the path northwards to Nantaneus. There we will find one of the Neus. The Neus? Which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Plays a warrior. Nice, nice. I used to be, back in Final Fantasy XI, I used to be a pally. But when 14 came around, I was like, I like casting spells, and I've bounced around between some of the classes, but I've pretty much said, you know what, I'm going to stick to Summoner till the end, and then after all is said and done, I'll swap to I'll do different classes later on after I'm done playing the story. Because this is my highest level, so I'm maxed out, so I can just go straight through the story. I believe you are on the Veil of Wu Animus. Maybe one or two after that. I believe you expressed interest in going to Apocalypse Zeta. Oh, I'm gonna finish the whole damn thing. I actually have the book right there, the Book of Skyfire. We still have to continue that, but that's after we're done doing all this. So these Sunday streams are purely just to catch up, so that we're in time for Dawn Trail, because I've never actually played a Final Fantasy XIV expansion from the beginning when it starts, pre-patches and all that stuff. So this will be a first, which is great. After we're done here, we go back to strictly Fridays, because Sundays I like to, you know, work on other things and stuff like that. So here we are, Nodaneus. This Neus will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Oof, wow, that's okay. Large is an understatement. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. Is this a voiced cutscene? Probably no. Maybe. Imagine if my guy just arrived and threw up.
Present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
Poiton Oikos, like the yogurt?
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah.
Oh, it's King Shark from Suicide
We
Squad.
approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads or arms.
Flying
or
sharks,
legs,
really?
Arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Weird that the subtitles just stopped. All right then.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Hello.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
Vana. I thought it was Vanat.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
I remember her name. I don't remember seeing her, though.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Hey, look at that.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Because he's a douche.
Shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Oh, burn.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
I'm nobody, ma'am. Those eyes could pierce the soul.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Damn, she nailed it, though.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Am I ever going to tell them that Elidibus sent me? That sounds rather like the blessing of the light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
It's the paradox.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
I really want to. I really should. Tell her about Elidibus.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
You can't make me.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
Technically, no one was meant to see me at all.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Oh, somebody's full of herself. She's pretty. I feel like she's like above these two. I don't know. She's got that air about her where she's like Super Saiyan to them. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. Does it involve beating the crap out of King Shark over there? Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, I didn't know those guys before. Holy crap, dude. They eat nothing but beef, don't they? It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered how did they pronounce that again? Aureus? Which made off with it. And Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? Hard to tell through the bitrate. Well, the bitrate's as good as I can make it. That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Seriously, half the time I feel like the devs just put a word generator to work and just picked out random names for this game. All pronounceable, mind you, but go away, don't touch me. Wow, that thing is monstrous. I mean, I thought I was tall. I thought these people were big. These things are huge. Imagine if I was the same size when I got here. Imagine if I was that size. These things would literally be towering over me like skyscrapers. Bruh. No thanks. My piddly little summons would be nothing compared to the size of these things. Where are you? It's not up here. You have to go lower. I know oikos is ancient Greek. Well, yes. That's why I mentioned earlier the yogurt. I found it. It was easy. Boop, 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 boop. Seriously, I think a few bolts are loose on this one. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed it in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Yes, I did. Here you are, my lady. The crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I found you, didn't I? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too. Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I do believe life is full of surprises, isn't it? Not him? I'm literally looking right at her target, damn it. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Yes, we wouldn't want that, now would we? To be heard. To be seen. In such a place as this. Where secrecy is of the utmost importance. They must not know of my plan to blow this place up! By the way, I haven't finished my first bit of whiskey. I told you I make it last, baby. So good. Excuse me, sir, you're not supposed to be in here? It's supposed to be my time to hear her out! Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Always tea. There's always tea. Why not coffee? Can we have coffee? One of my favorite songs.
Wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like.
Oh, that'll fill me right up.
Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I'm not saying tea is bad. I have tea every once in a while. A calamity called the Final Days. I missed the rest of it. Yeah, no sweetmeats, like whatever those are. Has befallen our star. I think that's what he said.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Blah blah blah. Blee blee blee. Blah blah wah 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 wah. This tea sucks. Wah 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 wah. This is a bit awkward. It's just silence. Right? Cookies at least with the tea? Crumpets, maybe? Man, they were probably here for like 5 hours. This is a long story.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
Of course he'd say that.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What have you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn?
Oh, right. They created Hydaelyn. I'm an idiot.
Change, of course. But it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No. There must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
We know Amarot.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Did I not tell them about Elidibus?
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, The only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
And yet you still did it.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Like I said, douche.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
But you did.
You do not know me.
Oh, but I do.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Selk, wait!
Could just call him Emmett.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah, yes. The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteion? Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation.
You and me both, sister.
With that settled, 'tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If MSQ is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
I'm trying to, it's at the tip of my tongue, but I'm trying to remember what was the paradox that has always been associated with time travel, where if you travel back in time and you change you interact with something from the past to change the future. There's a name. It was named after somebody. I can't remember who it was though, or what the name of it was. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank there. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Medion, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Mandela effect? I don't think so. It's basically the one where it's like... it has some names. I think Grandfather Paradox. That might be what I'm thinking of. I thought it was named after a certain person, but I might be thinking of something completely different. That might be it though. The Grandfather Paradox. Bootstrap, right? Predestination, yeah. I just looked those up. I saw those as explanations. The Grandfather Paradox is probably the one I'm thinking of, where it's like, if you change something in the past to try and change the future, it could change the course of history entirely, and like you may not exist. You know, collective misremembering an event. That's what I feel like is happening here. I wasn't supposed to, like, Elidibus told us specifically, we are not to be seen. Well, we wouldn't be able to be seen, we wouldn't be able to be heard. And yet we've got Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus who saw us because of our soul, essentially. And now we're interfering with the past to change the present. We just literally told them the whole thing. Emmet Selk, of course, doesn't believe us, but Vina wants to actually see this through. So this will be very interesting to see how this goes. I don't think it'll change much of the future, but we'll see what happens. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Well, thank you, my queen. Is essentially perpetuating the events that caused you to go back in time in the first place. Well, that's what this is, isn't it? Some Back to the Future type stuff. That was my first thought. Skits was Back to the Future. The very first movie, actually, was the first. Second movie, first movie. Yeah, sorry. Second goes actually to the future. Third goes way back into the past. Also, to anybody who's new here, which Kim, if you are still here, first of all, thank you for hanging out. Secondly, just to give you a rundown of this channel, the primary... gotta go see Doc, yeah. The primary... great movie series. Love that movie series. The primary focus of this channel is storytelling. Used to be known as Gamers Platform. I have since rebranded to expand my horizons to other things like music and... you know, I've got a new project in the works with my brother, so stay tuned for that. First fruits of my labor should be out tomorrow of that project. But it is to open myself to be able to do other things. I love to cook, so I've thought about making cooking videos at some point. I've taken up baking as well. I love baking. People say it's hard, but it's not hard to follow a recipe if you can read. So this channel is primarily focused on stories. That's why we are doing this. I have been max level for... You are not. Shut up. You just don't come by very often. Which is okay. It's okay. I don't, come by your stream that often either. I'm at fault there, Sometimes work kind of like gets away from me and I kind of have to like buckle down and finish things that I've been putting off. Because I am a professional procrastinator. But we are here, we focus on storytelling. If you haven't checked out my series called Storytime, I am actually doing it's an audiobook series where I read the books that are associated with certain video games. We have started off with Mass Effect. I've only gotten the prologue and chapters 1 and 2 done. I am trying to finish my Skyrim No Fast Travel series first, because that does take a lot of my focus. So I'm trying to finish that up first, and then once we're done with that, I will focus on story time. Or story mode, sorry. It's called story mode. And then sometime down the line, I will continue No Fast Travel Challenge with Fallout 4. That'll be a ways away, because I want to at least finish this first book for story mode. Not story time, sorry. Story time just came to my brain. Story mode, which is, you know, kind of a play on words, because story mode, video games. Actually, I take that back slightly. Grandfather is like you said, if you change the past, you wouldn't have to go back in time in the first place. Bootstrap is the make stuff happen thing. Oh, interesting. I feel like you shouldn't mess with time things. No, not at all. But it'd be fun. Go back in time, kill Hitler, see what happens. You know? In World War I. If he died in World War I, World War II never would have happened, I think. Anyway, let's get back to it. So that's this channel. If you're new to here, welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And that is the reason why we are so we're just ripping through these quests, because I have been max level since I can remember. I think back in Heavensward, since then I've been max level. And so I've been able to kind of just rattle off the main scenario quests without having to like, oh, you have to be this level to continue this and blah, 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 whatever. We don't have to worry about that. We're going to go right through Endwalker and be ready for Dawn Trail when it comes out in July. No, end of June, sorry. Because I'm going to be pre-ordering it. So end of June, we're going to be starting. It ends up on a Friday, so it's perfect timing because Final Fantasy Fridays is a thing. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Volume cannot be skipped. Begin asking the questions. Not voiced. Okay. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vina. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. I wouldn't say he's more direct, if anything. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of the flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Median been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Median has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. I think he just needed a friend. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual, familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Median, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. I believe it would have happened just differently. Post-World War I was powder keg. He was just the match that lit it first. True. That you're right. There were... I actually watched the documentary on Hitler's Inner Circle. Boy, some of those guys were even worse than he was, if you could believe it. I agree. If it wasn't him, it would have been someone else, as is usually the case, yeah. Like Japan, maybe. True. But they found out quick, didn't they? What's the saying? Fuck around and find out. Come on, Valtamont. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. I agree. Let us be onward and forward. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I should continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with Timaeus. I'm just going to call him Tim. Timmy! Two-time champions for nothing. I wouldn't exactly say we were champions of World War I. We just helped it towards the end, but we were kind of forced into, well, we were forced into World War II. World War I, we kind of just, I don't know, felt obligated, I suppose. Yes, yes, I am Tim, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Tim the Toolman Taylor, yeah. They do. They do. But we make it a habit to be the police of the world, and I think that's... well, it's wrong. I have some strong feelings about us even being involved in Ukraine's conflict, but hey, what are you going to do? Home improvement. We're definitely... those are good days. That, and of course, Married with Children, Frasier. Like, I've watched Frasier all the way through probably like 10 times. It's ridiculous. It's so funny. So what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creatures or creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be tracked back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Tim launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. Well, we were warned. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. We have enough of our own issues that we really should just... focus on ourselves first. But no, that's not our government's way. You got Tim the Nerdman Taylor talking for hours. Yeah, well, you know, whatever. I don't have to suffer it. Only my character does. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realized my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations. Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continue unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless skies in moments, all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion too is a marvel then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? No. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Oh, says the guy who just spoke for 2 hours. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? At this point, the final days have already come and gone. Nice hair on this individual, though. Yeah. Oh, it's holding pretty strong. He got that hair gel down pat. But yeah, pretty much the final days are done. Everybody, I go back, everybody's dead. They decided to fight and they all died in the process. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? Bleep, 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 bloop, bloop, blop, blop. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project and can provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Right, how? You drink of water. My throat is becoming dry. I forgot I had a new piece of gear to unfold here. All right, here we go. Oh, 2 new pieces. We got foot and hands. Feet and hands. I should open an OnlyFans. People like that shit, right? How elegant a dress for adventuring. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelekes which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. Hey, Chris. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? They're made of stardust. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to... Oh god, I forgot how they said this. Perpetia Crystalline. Not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Perpetia? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. The word jumble just really gets me. My ship hurt itself. Ah, no! Go away! I'm busy! Stop. Okay, good. Good boy. Excuse me. This tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Peripetia? Whatever. Still sore from yesterday, but not bad. How are you today, Chris? Sort of short of Chris view. What? Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you can find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Onward and forward! We got a veritable group of people today. Perpetuate? No, I don't think so. We're gonna call it Perpetua. Or whatever the hell it's called. Let's call it crystalline. Peripetia. I think that's how it's pronounced. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Oh, you mean your conversation about the ladies of the room? You pervert! Petri dish, yes. They're a petri dish of poison. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? Did I have to stand so far away? Please respect this customer's privacy beyond this point. The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Hermes is... Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Garline shared with me. Ah, Garline is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward. Ah, they called out an expansion. A host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. Sounds like a story I should like to hear. Look, she met us anon. May the air remain cool and the wind remain mild. Well, today is actually pretty nice. It's like 70, 75 degrees. Perfect weather. Clouds in the sky, but not overbearing. Sun's out. Oh, man. It was a nice drive going to get this whiskey. Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Wow, that's a hard thing to say for some reason. Oh, and Chris, I would just, I just want to let you know that tomorrow, the first episode of our project should be released. I have finished the final edit. I'm going to be going through it again later after this stream and making sure that everything's in it that I want. I'm going to render it, upload it, and it should be released tomorrow. That goes for everybody. Keep an eye out for a new video tomorrow. Would you favor me with retelling of this site which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or could you hear it from her lips directly if you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasio's Thalassi. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Podcast, game chat thing, or another secret, mysterious, brotherly project? Well, it was supposed to be a surprise, Huffman. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I know, but that was only to people who were here, and usually it's just you. You're like the only consistent person here. So you might have been the only one who heard about it. Doesn't anybody like to be surprised anymore? I have opened the pathway to the sky. I can't prove you wrong because people can still be here and not say a word. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasio's Thalassi. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. And hopefully it's a voiced cutscene because... No amount of water will sate my dryness. Approachable archivist as opposed to the unapproachable? Mistress Vana, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Also, surprised my ass, you also just straight up posted a video that I can see right now with the words "new podcast in the works." You don't know if that's true? You don't know? I could be just leading you on, saying that as a podcast, but it really is something else. Unhurried observer. You mean a calm human being just staring out into the overall landscape. Got it. Mistress Vana, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Maybe you are Shellhead, maybe you are... What? What the hell's a Shellhead? Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Please be voiced. Please be voiced. Please be voiced. It looks like it's voiced.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
It has its moments. It's more beautiful here.
Elpis is a place of exceptional beauty in this age, so it may not make for a fair comparison.
I wasn't talking about Elpis. Hey.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
There's a lot of them.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Apparently my gloves are claws now.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. freed from presumption and prejudice. I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteion. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteion, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
I just noticed that, like, I feel like whatever this gear is, what is it called? Kumbira skin. Black griffin. We've got the chest, the hands, the legs, and the feet. We're just missing the helmet. Curious as to what it'll look like, because, I mean, the hands look pretty badass, I'm not gonna lie. Quite interesting. So, Medion, as they said, had sisters, but that many? Like, she said there were tons of them. So, what is it that Hermes is doing? So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Oh, he certainly does. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Is this the helmet? Yes! There it is, as we speak. Let us see it! I think Hermes has mentioned in his talk to you, he sent some up to find new life and asked them to meaning of life. Yeah. I mean, I remember that part. I'm just saying, that's what he said. But according to her, there were like a lot of them, and he didn't really divulge the reason why. He just told us that, and I don't know if we should believe him at face value, that that's what he really meant for them. Yo, let's go! I look like a freaking dragoon with this. Though, to be fair, I can't see the rest because of the robe. We're being thematic here. It'll come off soon, hopefully. Alright, so this is quests 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 7 quests to the end, worthy of his back. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metia. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Enough to travel the stars. Might take a little longer if you just sent up one, and they have to go planet to planet over the whole universe. Yes, but for what reason, though? Is he just trying to search the universe and then they'll report back to him somehow? You know, like, that's the thing. There's no specifics yet. Maybe it'll be answered, maybe we won't. It won't. We'll have to find out. And he will tell us himself. Yeah, like I said, we can't really take what he said at face value. Dude, those things could be like bosses. They're huge. Wait, why am I running? Oh, well, yeah. I guess this would be the only spot that I could teleport to. It makes sense. They're pretty boss. Yes, quite boss. In fact, they are bosses. Ah! These things could be bosses too. Look at the size of these creatures. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Don't see me, don't see me. We're good, we're good. Okay. Let me guess, it's that one right there. Now, if I were conducting some mysterious research, where would I go? The one with the cherry blossom. Ah, what about that one? Even better, they could be mounts. Don't forget to snag one on the way out to the present. Are you talking about that Mountain Dew one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. No, I haven't gotten all the Aether Currents yet. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Hey, Argos. The deer moose thing. Where would I get that from? My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Valtamont over here over to that island? Does Argos remember? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. Elvis doesn't want you to know this, but the animals are free. You can take them home. My challenge to you is to listen to the lyrics of this match's song. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Listen to the lyrics of the song. Okay. There's a Paladin. Oh, there's that chick from earlier. What the hell? Astrologian. She looks like a freaking... What do you call it? Courtesan. Or as the French would say, courtesan. A barmaid. Oi, you look like someone I know from the bar. Oh wow, an opening indeed. I feel like she's not going to be easy. Wee, wee. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Oh, I assumed as much. Be rough with me. Mistress Vinna.
Let neither side hold back.
Ow! Okay, well, I'm probably supposed to lose, let's be honest.
My blade sings!
Hey! Oh wow, lucky me, I actually did that. Holy crap. Ah! There's no escaping this one. Okay. Okay, I'm not supposed to fail. That's one way to put it, Huffman. Well, no, we're gonna stick to normal. She's gonna be something. gonna be the hardest fight we've had in a long time. Oops.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
I'm just gonna walk over here. How am I supposed to avoid this? Oh, one little spot. Got it. Oh, no. That hurt. Okay. Yep. No, don't touch me. That's all I wanted to do. Ah, what the fuck, man? I'm barely touching her. This is impossible. Ah, man, what am I doing wrong? This is gonna suck. See, everything that I want on here is here. I'll put that there just in case. Yeah, but I saw an opening right there. I didn't know it was gonna close in on me like that. I thought I was fine there.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Am I even healing myself at all? Alright, where's the, Uh-oh. Where is it? No! Ah! Holy crap. That was close. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. She's making it very difficult for me to not be able to cast here. Okay. That's bad. It's going this way, going that way. Got it. Okay. Whoops. I did not mean to do that.
I shall have to try something different.
Could you not? You're difficult enough as it is. Yeah, my physic really doesn't do anything anyway, so. Oh. There we go. Oh, it's going this way. Stay out. Ow! Nope. Up. What? Oh, what the? Stop! Oh, I can't really cast anything. Shh. Oh. Holy crap.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither
I'm
will I.
certainly going to try not to be. I mean, if you insist being on top, then, you know, that's fine. Like, I heal faster. Uh-oh. This might be bad. I heal faster without healing myself with physic, which is really weird. And just making sure that I give myself a shield. Ah! Ah! You can't touch me. What is happening right now? I'm gonna go in close. Oh. No! I totally timed it right. Oh. I waited to use that just for that purpose. Are you kidding me? I was lucky to even have it available. Yeah, I know it wasn't the right spot, but I should have been able to avoid that.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Uh-oh. No, I forgot. No. Ow. I can pretty much avoid it right here, I think.
My blade sings!
No, no, no. It can't. It can't sing. It's out of tune.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste.
Oh, okay. That was too early. Oh my god. This takes some brain power here. Oh, oh. She's like literally everything rolled into one here.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
She's like a mage with a dancer and a freaking, well, pick one.
Prepare yourself.
I don't want to. I gotta find the spot to stand. Got it. Oop, I brought out Phoenix too early. Oh my god. Ugh, okay. It's always so close.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
I'm trying, but you're tough. You're a tough old broad. What can I say? Almost. Oh my god.
Very well.
Uh-oh.
Final trial.
No. No final trial. I'm fine where I'm at. That's fine. Am I supposed to attack her? Like, oh. No! Uh-oh. Oh my god, no. Oh, so close. Got it. Oh my god, please. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nope. No. I'm guessing go for the red ones first. They're probably the most... Well, they're faster. Nope, that one, she got that one. Ah. Oh boy.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Do I have to? Oh my god, it's her limit break. Ah!
You still stand.
Ha-ha!
People of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
We did it. Couple failures and we got it down. It's fine. You're allowed to fail. Oh, 3 brain cells that previous expansion phase required. 5 instead of 3.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
I do find it interesting that even Argos doesn't remember going to the future. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes's intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Okay. I'm going to make a quick PB&J sandwich. I haven't eaten anything since like, I don't know, 8 this morning. So I need some sustenance. I'll be back in just a few. All right, I'm back. Well, and my counter argument to your argument, Huffman, is that in all appearances that we've seen of Argos, I think it's safe to assume that he's a celestial being, correct? So how are we to know that the Argos from our time period isn't just the Argos from this time period, or isn't an Argos that came from the past and then helped us out in the future and then went back to the past? How are we to know that this Argos is not going to remember us if it was the same Argos from our time? We don't know. You're a familiar. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over the isle, or over to the isle. You can't help but just ruin my musings, can't you? Yes, I have. I would be twice the man that I am now. That'd be one hell of a pure bloodline, that's what that would be. What was the name of that tree? Cherry blossom. Hey, y'all. So twice the man, half the size. All right.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
She's a machine.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Oh, I get it. He's Elon Musk.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul. And yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
This certainly opens a lot of perspective into who Hermes / Fandaniel really was. Does he really want the end of days? I don't think so. But as she said, it might have been accidental. And you don't necessarily need to wish ill will upon others to have it happen. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Tysis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in, I'm not going to even pronounce that, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Valtamont, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all in so few islands? The answer lies within Tysis itself. Or Katisis, whatever. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. They introduce the guy as a nihilistic asshole and then make you like him by showing you who he was and why he became the way he was. Well, so far we haven't really seen much of why he became the way he was. I would assume that, you know, people's lack of compassion for the creations that he makes would be a part of it. Come, the simplest route is via the Neus north of Poitin Oikos. These names get me tongue-tied, man. I swear to God. I refuse to even attempt to pronounce the name of that facility. No freaking way, dude. If they say it in a cutscene, great. Then I'll have an idea, but no way. Oh, we got another blue quest marker. But we're not going to get sidetracked right now. It's not like we can't come back. That I'm assuming that's the case, given that we have blue quest markers here, and normally they wouldn't. I mean, we can go back to the first, right? So, which is effectively back in time, I believe. So many side quests. Look at this. The writers are having a field day. When it might be worth it to unglamour, by the way, rapidly approaching. Yeah, I could unglamour now. It's not going to make a difference. It appears to be the teleporter Vinat told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. But I still got to get that mount that you talked about. I was going to ask you where I got that. Ah, good. The Neus acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Tysis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. So the mount was a joke about yoinking an animal from the past. Alright, well, you know. You are unbelievable. Okay, what about that Mountain Dew mount that you showed me? Or was that a joke too? Because it wouldn't surprise me if they teamed up with Mountain Dew. Everybody seems to want to. That is real. Okay. Is that here, or is that like... That's here, isn't it? Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes'. There you go. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Well, that was easy. It's weird how they always put question marks over people's names, like they're trying to surprise us. Like, what are you doing here? Just tell us that it's Hythlodaeus and Selk. Is really that hard? Come on. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Our thoughts exactly, or so saith the illustrious Selk. Well, explain yourself. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution such as an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as at Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? You must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known that Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. You need to redeem codes on specially marked 20-ounce bottles of Mountain Dew. Oh. I see. I thought maybe, I don't know, they were just partnering up and said, hey, you can earn this mountain game by doing this quest or some stupid crap like that. Of course, they'd make you buy their product. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. And yet, you should. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. Oh, there he is. On the next dial over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopes Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Misopses Euros. Well, that's too bad. I don't drink Mountain Dew anymore. I don't drink soda that much anymore. They are close by within the Hungering Gardens. Hunger Games? What? That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Valtimont, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Valtimont can handle them. He did survive a bout with Venat after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Psh, I ain't afraid of nothing. Denizens, more like target practice. Am I right? Am I right? These are big. Ah! You weren't supposed to show... Okay, well, this is unavoidable. Then they actually want me to... Oh, wait, I already summoned him. Never mind. You don't know what you're getting into, pal. I could kill you by looking at you. Oh, there's a little guy with it, too. Great movie. One of my favorites. So they're gonna force me to fight most of this stuff just to try and look for him. Got it. I'd have to assume that he's somewhere in the center, maybe. You also picked up Scholar yesterday? Did you not have it before? That was a stupid move. It was easily the one of the easiest to avoid. Where the hell is he? I don't even see him, like, just looking around. Oh, for God's sake. I hate being a healer. Maybe I should have just ran the edge. Oh, for God. Come on, dude. Where is he? Oh my god. They just keep showing up. One way or another, I gotta get across, so I might as well go through them instead. I swear to God, I should be able to probably see him at this point. Oh my, this is the same exact spot. What the hell's going on? They just keep showing up in the same spots. Also, I forgot to put... I have to put Try Disaster back on... there. Project time for me to give it a shot again. Plus, I want to work on getting classes to 90. At least Summoner, Dark Knight, Warrior, Reaper, and Gunbreaker. I already have Paladin and Samurai. Come the new expansion, I'll be Viper. I already have Dark Knight to, I think, 84. Bard to 80. Fuck that class. Monk, I think, is somewhere in the 80s. Dragoon is in the 80s. You've certainly put in quite a work. Or quite the work, I should say. Oh, crap. Come on, dude. You didn't have to respawn on me. I mean, I'm serious. I should be able to see him, like, right from here. He's not here. Did one of these things eat him? Again? I know it wasn't the same. Oh, look at this. Wow. No, not her. Valtima, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmet Selk company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. You know, clearly, it's not, because I am annoyed with how frequently these things spawn in. May not be too fast, but at least I'll be able to just run away. Never mind, they didn't attack me. We're only 35. Red Mage, I think, is 50. Dancer is 60. The default Sage is 70. Reaper is, I think, 77. My Blue Mage is getting up there. The Blue Mage is a very confusing one. I've not played it yet, so I have no idea how to use it, but the fact that it can only pair up with other Blue Mages is wild. You spoke with Hermes, then? And we're briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet-Selch who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that that is. Hermes said Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Hopefully it's voiced. And it is.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then.
I want to smack him on the back of the head.
Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
That's what they all say.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much.
Is nobody seeing me writhing in pain right now?
Why do we... They hurt. Hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
Hello, Professor Bucks. Welcome.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Oh, now I'm a bloodhound.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Well, this just got very interesting. Who the heck was talking through her? Was it one of her sisters, or was it somebody who figured out how to, like, use her? I'm sure we will find out soon enough. You calm your mind, your senses, questing for any hint of Meteion's presence. Don't you touch me, whatever you are. Venus flytrap, Hydra. But you fail to hear her voice, she must be elsewhere. But of course, bum 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 bada bum 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 bum. Yes, welcome to the channel, Professor Bucks. I do suppose I don't recall your name, so I'm assuming you're new. My name is Adam Wolf, and this is Final Fantasy XIV. The extra day for Final Fantasy XIV Fridays, because we're trying to finish up Endwalker before Dawn Trail comes out. Feel to hear a voice. Ah, down here. Remember, a lot of what she said at the start was what she first said to you when you met, their default greetings. I mean, yes, I always love watching people get through the story. Well, that's what this channel is primarily about, just telling stories. And this is one story long overdue. Been playing since patch 5.2. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, no, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Medion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Medion, no! Don't go into the water! This will be the first expansion, Dawn Trail that is, will be the first expansion I actually catch at the beginning. I've been playing since the release of the game, and I've only just been able to catch up now. It's not the only game I play, so that's primarily why. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Medion's voice. She must be elsewhere. It was pretty good. Now I'm learning the new ultimate raid. I don't know, I think the last raid I did was Crystal Tower. I don't think I've done any of the other raids. Let's take a look. I did the Royal City of Rabanastre. And I did the Deltascape, right, so that was the last one. I didn't do the Savage version, though. Yeah, this one was good. Or it wasn't? I thought I did that one. Or it wasn't good. I didn't do Binding Coil of Bahamut. Yeah, I've mostly just been trying to focus on the story for quite a while. Oh no, now this is on the screen. Damn it. Oh, this is probably not voiced. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. This is creepy. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. This is bad. Oh, come on. Please, don't follow me. Well, you got no choice, kid. Medion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Duh. She climbed up that? I mean, can't she fly? Since literally everything they make is flying. I'm gonna hug this. Can I go up that? Yes. No. Damn it. Come on. Lame. My jump is so pitiful. How much you want to bet this isn't the one? Because it's never the first one. Wow, what a surprise it wasn't. I do find it interesting how, like, you know, obviously the other 4 of them don't have the particular abilities that I do, but Hermes especially knows that she can speak to people through their mind. So why just me? Right? Why can't she just speak to all of them? How did it come to this? If this is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Median's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Oh my god, we're just running after a little girl. Come on. Yes, I suppose so, but still. If she hadn't spoken to Hermes through his mind before, then, well, he would never have known that she had that ability, so she clearly has done it before. I just don't know why it is that she only was focusing on us, but like you said, probably because of my aether within me is far denser than that of those guys, so she probably found it easier. God, that thing looks disgustingly ugly. I'm going out of the area. Ow. Doesn't want to tell Hermes. Also the opposite, less dense than them. Oh, right, no, because yeah, duh, because they gave me their power. It's into a dynamis, so you picked up on it. Right, because she's mostly made of dynamis as well. If I remember correctly. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. She's acting like an android. It's weird. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Valtamont, you mustn't listen. No. No, don't look at me. Oh my god. It's wrong. It's all wrong. We're gonna find out sooner or later. Median's anguished voice flees toward the lake. She's not gonna drown herself, is she? Any sign of Median? Oh, that was Emmett Selk. Oh well. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The media are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Medius case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Hermes is looking at something. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Probably seeing the final days for them. Also, I don't know why I didn't pick it up sooner. I hadn't realized that the 2 calamities have already happened. This isn't like the Uber pass. This is already like 2 calamities have already happened. Didn't know that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of aether? Much how Emet-Selch solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Valtamont will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Valtamont and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emet-Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether as a moment's notice, meaning if it falls to you to keep the way clear. Oh joy, I get to protect his lazy ass. That doesn't look like too many mobs are in the way though. Wow, first one, huh? Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice head towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. They meant calamity loosely referring to the final days, not the calamities which were rejoinings of the world post-sundering. Good lord, so... Well, that's what I'm saying. There have been 2 final days prior to this already? Is that not what they said? We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. I thought the Amarat people had their own final days. Like, I thought there were multiple final days that happened prior to our final days. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By the rock, is she? Very well. Boom. Got her. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. Valtamont? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Well, at least we can see where she's running. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Herd her. It sounds like they're basically talking about her like she's a cow. Or a sheep. Oh, come on. She's up on the ridge? I think I'm pretty expertly avoiding these mobs. Is there one around this tree here? Nope. Is this Neus not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. There, I see her. Dude, she's faster than we are. Come on, we're adults. It's not like she's gliding or anything. If she's here, how much you want to bet she goes up that pathway there? The wooden pier, if you will. Here we go. Oh, she's already going up it. Dude, how can she keep running? She's not out of breath?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Yo, what the hell?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
You guys think that maybe it was a bad idea I came back to the past? Whoops. Might have said a bit too much. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Yeah, I mean, you know, what could go wrong? I could just totally mess up the timeline. Awesome. And now Hermes, a.k.a. Fandaniel from the future, is, well, he's still angry. Where are we at? Let's see. We are... This is where the newest dungeon comes into play, as I assumed. And it's second to last quest on this quest line. Let me get some more water, and then we'll get right back into it. already. Here we go. Caging the messenger. Hermes has headed to Tysus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vana? Valtamont? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's in the hand which tips us over the edge. Or is the hand. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Well, Hermes technically becomes responsible. Agreed on all counts. Whoa. I didn't answer. To Tysus Hyperborea we go. You know what? I do like little Midgar Zomer. If I'm going to be honest with myself, I mean, who doesn't like riding around on a dragon? Oh, we've got the whole group of people here. Holy crap. Well, cat's out of the bag now. Yeah, right? What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Tysus? Mistress Fana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sound and Tysus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Tysus scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. Yes, my liege. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmett Selk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. Excuse me. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. That she is. Your tale led us here, Valtimont, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Well, you know, as long as she's looking to my future with her. Hey-oh! Alright, new dungeon. New donjon. New dungeon. Alright. Let us look towards the heavens and the duty finder. 8 minutos más. So we shall chill. And catch up with the chat once more. I'm gonna actually undo the enchantment. I hope I have enough. At least get the chest piece off. Dude, that's so cool. Yeah, I look pretty dope, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have too many more of the Dispeller gems. Dude, come on. Now I look badass. It doesn't really scream summoner, but not trust the guys. So, how's everybody doing? Well, you're the second person today to come in here and say you're in Genova. No, I am in... I don't know what data center I'm in, actually. I was on the server Goblin. I'm guessing that's the data center. Bum, 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 bum. Any relation to Kim? Kim Possible. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, yeah, so I'm not in that data center then. Yeah, I've lost track of what servers went where. And of course, which data centers are which. Well, while we wait, let's look at baby Torgal. Oh, little puppy. He's so happy. There he is. There's baby Torgal. Look at him. Look at the little guy. Look at that little howl. It's so big. It's a big howl. He's so happy. He's so happy, Torgal. I'll stop now. Yeah, I look pretty dope now. I'm not gonna lie. I never expected a summoner to look like this. Why can't the top tier gear that I bought from the marketplace look like this? Why does it have to look like I'm a freaking painter? You know? Sometimes you wonder what they were thinking with their design. Some of their designs, anyway. I guess we'll just fight something here. Use up my summon. Oh, there's an Aether Current. Kill this quickly. Quick! Kill it with kindness. I love your fur. There. Job done. Yes, because I wanted to experience the gear progression, Huffman. We've been over this many times. You left that part out so conveniently. Actually, yeah, why don't I just look for Aether Currents? 422 yards to the south. On small platforms like this, it can't possibly be that hard to find the Aether Currents out in the wild. I assume this is probably telling me that it's down below me. Yes. So, does that mean I go in here? And it'll bring me downward? Southeast. This way. Now to the east. East? I thought you said west. To the north. First to the southeast, then the east, now the north. Where is this? Is it up on the platform here? Yes, it's literally right in front of me on that. Damn it. Why did it make me do this then? I gotta go back around. Ah! Oh, 360. No scope. Wrong button. Where to now, compass? Southeast. Southeast. That way. That statement I made where it's like, oh, it's on small platforms, it must be really easy. I take it back. That wants me to go all the way over to what? Unless it's over this way. Ah, it's dragging me off. Again to the southeast. There it is. Never mind. It's all right. We'll be able to fly in no time, don't you worry. It just passed 8 minutes. We'll see if we can find a group soon. To the west! I'm kind of excited. I've got leftover Chinese food that I'm going to remake into my own vision. It's actually not really, I don't add much to it. I just reheat I got boneless spare ribs, which are my favorite. Leftover rice, pork fried rice, with the sauce that the sesame chicken came in. And so I'm going to reheat the spare ribs, season them with a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of Worcestershire, and then throw the rice into a pan scramble up 3 eggs, heat up the rice, and then throw the eggs into the rice, basically making it a plate for the meat to sit on top of. Northwest, this way. Oh, there it is. And then spread some shredded cheese over the top, let that melt, and then, like, you know, some barbecue sauce on top of that. Just that I drizzle over the top. I found out the hard way that it could be very overpowering if you do too much of it. It's just there to complement, not to overtake. To the south. You know, what'd be great is if Midgard Zomer could, like, breathe fire here or something. I don't know if dragons in Final Fantasy lore breathe fire traditionally, but it'd be pretty dope. I don't recall seeing any that breathed fire. I could be wrong. It's been a while since we faced one. Okay, so we're going off the edge here. So this is going to be going to there. Imagine if I could fly down there. That'd be awesome. Actually, after I get the ability to fly, I probably could. No more teleporting, just float on down. Well, that means we got to go back to the teleporter, which is, let's just keep following this. Yeah, that right there is like a meal for an entire day. You literally just, I mean, it basically could be turned into a meal for like maybe 3 people. But I eat it all. Because it's so good. Sometimes I do the same with lo mein, but I already ate that, so I ate that yesterday. And again, it was so good. Righto, let's get back over now. Are we on the right spot? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Oh, I can't go that way. No shortcutsies. That sucks. There we go. Man, that took forever. We got cut short. Unless, of course, this DPS does not accept. There you go. Let's do it, Hermes. I don't want to do this to you, buddy, but you've left me no choice. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. I fly like an eagle to the sea. Oh, that's some badass looking armor. Is that a pally? That is a pally. He's got a shield on his back. Look at this guy. Dude. He's beefy. He's a beefy boy. Hermes, we don't want to hurt you, buddy. Wait, what is this? No, what is this? Come now. Oh, it's all just like lore and stuff. Which, you know, that's what we're here for, but these guys are definitely not here for that. I gotta say, I'm glad I found out about that one setting that turns everybody else's effects off. I can actually see stuff mostly. I mean, granted, my stuff kind of does take up quite a bit of visual space, but with everybody's stuff going, it's, yeah, way worse. The spectacle is awesome, but you can't see anything. It's not great for raids and stuff, and being able to see the boss and what he's doing. Yeah, I mean, my stuff is bad enough. It's not constant, but it's enough. Why is it, dude? It's weird because it only looks like. It seems like the only guy I can see is the tank. Like the other two kind of just disappear. I don't know what's. They're not tall enough or something. I don't know. It's weird. That dude's bending down quite a bit. Man, doesn't your back hurt there? Dem dare dem die dem dare dem dem. Whoop. He ruined my cast. I'm gonna go where these guys go, because I don't know this fight. Ah, that's how they knew, because he was facing that way. Got it, okay. Oh, come here. I'm not done. That's better. Now I'm done. Damn it. My summon. That's the second time Titan's gone unutilized. I'll warm the place up. Ow. Bitch. Damn. I was gonna slam my hammer. Ham slam. Hammer slammer. Hammer slammer. Slam ham sammer. Serious Sam. Wasted Ifrits that with that whole thing. Hermes, come down and we'll talk. You are a good person. Believe me, I see the good in you. Do not take that job in the convocation. They don't like you there. They make fun of you at the water cooler every day. Damn it. Well, I knew that was... I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Doesn't matter. I've got Ruin 4. It's fine. Further ruin. Pew! Punched him in the butt. Pulling the whole room. I like it. Oh, I was wondering what I was like. I was looking for what why we heard that little bell. Guy was just saying 1 second. Let's go. I went to the wrong... I didn't... wasn't paying attention there. Surprise, surprise, I know. Keeping an eye on my cooldowns. Ooh, lucky me right there. Man, remember the old days when my summons could actually take damage? Somebody else is doing so much more damage than I am. Ow. Oh. New pantalones? prefer not to think of such dark times. Yeah, being a summoner back in those days was definitely difficult. Yes, we got new pants. Even though it's going to ruin our style already, that we just established, our really cool style. Oh well, it was bound to happen. Whee! Broke my ankle there. Wait, the treasure coffer? Oh! Hey! We're getting new gear. Well, that is if nobody else needs it, which I think I'm the only caster here, except for the healer. Wrong button. Whoops. Damn. I wanted to dash in there. The last hit. This actually reminds me of the hell was that digital looking place? It's that raid that I was thinking of.
So, it comes to this.
Yes, unfortunately it comes to this.
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I can respect that.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Dust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
That was luck. That was extremely lucky for me.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
The hell? Nobody else got thrown to the side. I was at... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was actually paying attention this time. Aha! I think I got my second piece there. Nice.
Tossing winds, pierce my foe.
I just did 15,000 damage there. Holy crap. Limit break. Won't be enough to finish him, but... It does suck that I don't get a chance to do the limit break that often. It's usually reserved for the melee class. That's why I took it off my palette, because they always end up activating it at the weirdest times. Yeah, that, I don't know what he was, the one wielding the dual wield, the two daggers there. I don't know what class that is, but I could not catch up to his damage. I was always at least third minimum. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I guess I'll just give it to him. Ninja, okay. I was like, I forgot if there was a ninja class in here. Of course there is, it's Japanese. Which is not much I could say for the new Assassin's Creed. Oh!
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity.
How it is that my character's not saying anything about what's happening to her right now is beyond me.
And that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves.
She's literally going to be turning into one of those things.
Discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best.
She just got really angry.
That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering.
I feel like we should just let her hide herself.
There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
Uh-oh. I think we just inadvertently created Fandaniel anyway.
Let's settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish and starve. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command, universal memory alteration. Target area, Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of MSQ of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to MSQ and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to MSQ and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Okay. I'm a little confused, just a little bit. I understand that Hermes used Kairos to erase Emet-Selch's and Hythlodaeus' memories of most of the events in the last couple days, but Emet-Selch still remembers Meteion. But I thought that he was erasing their memories up until that point. So how would he know what Meteion did, or even if that she existed? And also, did Hermes not erase his own memory, or erase it enough to where he... I mean, that's fine. Maybe we'll find out. But, it seems as though he erased his own memory enough to be... normal again, I suppose. Is it a black mage? Yep, called it. But not enough to a point where he doesn't remember Meteion. He just knows that she got away or something. I don't know. Interesting. Are you feeling all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the media would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Yes, but that means he'll still come to our time. And it was the K was pronounced, so it's Catesis Hyperborea. So yeah, that's interesting. Valtamont, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Parpalayan. I don't want to go home. Actually, I do. Oh. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Can I just go up the center and then down and just avoid conflict altogether? Because I know some of those enemies love roaming near the streets. Come on. This is why I say Final Fantasy XIV is the best MMO on the market. Not only does it have an extremely, and I emphasize that word so much, extensive story, but it also has the best fights. The best boss fights, the best instances, the best everything. Every single instance, every single dungeon, every single boss, every single raid has been so unique from all the other raids, instances, and bosses to a point where it's impressive how they still have ideas of different looking enemies and different ways to do each fight. I don't know how they keep coming up with new stuff, but there are mechanics in every single fight that differ so drastically sometimes from other mechanics or fight mechanics in other instances and raids. It just blows my mind. These are some of the most talented individuals on the planet when it comes to making video games, and I just love every second of their instances and their fights, their dungeons, their raids. It's all just so phenomenal. There's just nothing else like it. And not even World of Warcraft could get this close to being this good. And I played that for years, and I loved it. I love it for what it is, but they can't touch this game. It's, you know, it's a no-brainer. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety, blah, blah, blah. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me get those new pieces of gear on. Oh, we got a new robe. Oh, I didn't notice that we got a new robe. Ooh, it's purple. The purple does not mix with the red very well. Oh, well. I actually didn't notice that we got a new chest piece. I'd have to run that dungeon again to get the other pieces, but we're just going to keep going forward. Alright. Give me 1 second. Let me just get some more water. Well, I'm not particularly familiar with that gear set, but I'll take your word for it. Alright, here we go. The end of this quest line. Let's watch this movie.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Perhaps I should stay and help.
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the Song of Oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many, who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. all is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
What the hell just happened? If I'm to understand what they were talking about, the reason why their civilization fell, is it basically because of man's delusion? I think that's what I understood what was said. They wanted to live in a world of delusion, essentially, and so they kept sacrificing people to Zodiark to make it happen, but instead they brought upon their own destruction. That sounds really familiar to today's situation in America. People living in delusion, thinking that they're going to get the world that they want, when in reality that will never happen. But wow, holy crap. I mean, what was with like her getting bloodier? Who was she fighting? That was wild. Because I'm looking at this like, so her, I mean, this is so confusing. Time travel always makes things so confusing. And that's why I said, you know, I compared it to Final Fantasy XIII 2, which utilized time travel. And then Lightning Returns kind of just took it to a whole new level of essentially time travel as well. Time travel always just convolutes things. But like, that's the thing. You say she was fighting the Sundering. She's the one who created it. She literally just stood there and said, I sunder this world or something like that. Also, wasn't it mentioned that she is basically Hydaelyn? Or did I misunderstand that? Yeah, Huffman's going to provide the Huffman explanation. What's going on here? I go away for about 200 years and this is what I come back to? Not bad. We got ladies, they're about to go at it. Let's go! Let's see a cat fight! And in this case, literally. This outfit, though. She's a bar maiden. Again. Yet another. You want to answer, but don't at the same time? Don't worry, Huffman will answer in a way that he can explain. Well, if it's going to be somewhat more clear later on, then yeah, don't worry about it. I have questions. Huffman knows this. I always have questions. But, you know, they do eventually, sometimes, most of the time, get answered. So basically, shit sucked and she appealed one last time, the only way she knew forward, to accept hardship and grow. They turned her down to reject the truth and live in a fantasy world they knew. So I was essentially right. Yeah, they wanted to live in delusion. They didn't want to deal with the reality of the world, which is sorrow and despair do exist. I find it interesting that all of this just came about because of feelings. Like people feeling sad. And so the world ends. But it obviously was more like they were trying to appeal to a higher power by sacrificing their own people in order to make it happen, and that's what brought about essentially the apocalypse. To which she determined to force the matter, so she chose to become Hydaelyn and sundered the world, forever dooming mankind to struggle and suffer. To save them, having faith in them. Interesting. So our girl Vana is Hydaelyn. She spoke through Minfilia, and of course Kryl, and I'm sure many countless others. I find it interesting that Shadowbringers was all about darkness, but it was nowhere near as dark as this expansion. This expansion's really dark. Valtamont, impeccable timing as always. I had heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings to a close the quest line of 86 and 87. I actually had a question that I was posing in my head, thinking about how, what if this is one of those situations where this is the way it always happens, meaning that we're the reason that Hermes became Fandaniel and this whole cycle of violence started, is because we tried to intervene. So this has happened before, And the reason why the final days are showing up is because we decided to go back in time and so on and so forth. In another life, so to speak. You know, that kind of confusing thing. It's like, oh, in another time, in another place, in another life, we did the exact same thing. We tried to interfere in the past, trying to find answers to our future, and it's just, it all went to shit, you know? Was her own struggles throughout the eons. She has to fight you, and hers fight from her end. That's crazy. That's crazy. Also, it wasn't like, it was like black blood, so I wonder if they did that as an artistic choice or if they just actually didn't want it to be too bloody, because then it would have had to be like a rated M. She's going the long way. Well, she certainly had a lot longer time than we have, but that explains why she remembers us, though to be fair, in the past she didn't remember us, but in the future that she does, I don't know, she basically created us. Yeah, I looked at that. I'm like, oh, there's Emmett Selk. But I find it interesting that they showed Emmett Selk and not Fandaniel, since he's the one who basically caused all this, essentially, by letting Medion get away. Or just by creating Medion in the first place. Oh, so basically she's Jesus Christ. That's basically what that is. That's what you're telling me? Heidelin is a punching bag for all of our sins. That's what I thought. That's crazy. That was phenomenal. I mean, this like I said, this expansion is far darker than the previous one, and the previous one was all about darkness. So it's funny how the next expansion after that is like way darker in tone. It'll be interesting to see where it goes from here, because we're getting to the end here of the main expansion. But as for today, that's where we're going to end it. I want to thank everybody for joining me. Thank you so much to all the new people hopping on in, checking out my little stream. I appreciate you guys taking your time out of your day. Come outside before you log off, I suppose. I appreciate your time and attention as always. Whee! Hey. And please join me again tomorrow, 7 o'clock, normal time. Nice weapon. Where we will continue on with the Resistance franchise, with Resistance 3. The last game in the series of a franchise that I wish never went away, but then again, maybe they just had no more story left to tell. So be on the lookout for that. 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Fucked up the accent. Kind of hit the wall there. And then, of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, join me again on Friday for that, for the continuation of level 88 to 90 quest line, and thus the end of the main portion of the expansion. Friday, we'll obviously try to get as much done as possible, but if we can't, then, you know, we'll continue it on Sunday and finish it like we did today. I'm thinking about maybe taking Friday off and just doing that, you know, like having a special stream where we really kind of just hit it home, because it's a really long list. I'm telling you, that list alone will probably take, I would dare say, 6-7 hours, just because of the fact that, given that we did 3 hours on Friday and now we've just finished it up in 5.5 hours. Yeah, about 8-hour day right there. And the next list is even longer. So hopefully the finale will be one to remember. I have no doubt. But anyway, so until tomorrow night, I'm Adam Wolf. This is Final Fantasy XIV. And I will see you guys later.